here for the boy. That you are, Crash. We're going to be talking about the boy quite a bit. You know, I hate the fact that I put the notification for the stream out on Twitter, and the first thing that it gets liked by is an NFT artist. I hate it here. I hate that. I hate that so much. Why are you here? Like, who even are you? The funny boy. The boy who is funny. That is a descriptor for him. Realm, have you heard about these wonderful inventions that totally aren't complete scams called NFTs? Yeah, I don't know if I call them wonderful, though. I just saw Nintendo posted something on their page. Looks like they're making a horror IP. Huh. I thought that was Metroid, but I guess they're making a new one? Ken just seems like a kind of guy who would fall for multiple phishing scams. You know what? He would. I posted in the no mic. And by the way, for those of you who used the Pokecord on my channel, a Fennekin just appeared. If anyone wants to catch that. Great, Twitch. I do not want to disable animated emotes. Why would I want to? That's a very silly suggestion. Yeah, I'm somewhat okay. Well, my throat hurts now. Oh. Make sure you get that taken care of, Crystal. I'm trying to 100% all Kingdom Hearts games that I'm on Chain of Memories at the moment. Good luck. I especially wish you luck with Kingdom Hearts 2, because there's a lot to do in that game. Yeah, welcome back, Crystal. Especially since I also assume, like, you're probably doing these off of the HD collection, so you're actually doing the final mix version of those games. So, yeah, again, good luck. Just got hit by a minute of unskippable ads. Oof. You know what? Hold on. I actually need to... Because this is something I keep forgetting to do, because I need to make sure I'm also logged in on this side of things so I can actually, like, see stuff going on in the chat. Because I was hosting D&D stuff on the Spiffy Needle Geeks yesterday, so I have to switch platforms, and every time I need to do this, it logs me out on Twitch on my end, so... Okay, there we go. Now I should be getting notifications for when you guys go on ad breaks. Alright, so, with that countdown done and over with, hello... You know what? I feel like that's very appropriate, given what I just had to do. I had to re-sign in, because every time I have to host D&D with this thing, I have to reset stuff. And sometimes I forget to do that. And then it's like, I don't get notifications when you guys are on ads, and now it makes me sad. What a great start to the lore-a-thon. But anywho, hello everybody. It is I, Relmores. I am a PNG tuber who predominantly does artwork. Welcome to day 8 of the lore-a-thon. And today, so I know I took off yesterday because it was going to be a Strixhaven day, so we did some D&D over on the Spiffy Needle Geeks. If you have not checked that session of Strixhaven, you're more than welcome to do so. Quite a few things happened on that night, but, I know the last time we streamed for the lore-a-thon, we were going over Riona's stuff. We were working on her reference sheet. We were talking about her character, putting a lot of tragedy in a number of your hearts when it came to talking about her. But we're going to be shifting a bit of gears on that for now, because we're actually going to be talking about another character. But before we do so, I'm going to go to the stream layout, because I have fantastic news for you guys. So we're going to be starting with... I'm going to be using Chrome here as a demonstration, because, yeah, Oh, come on. Why are you doing this? There we go. Yeah, because I have some fantastic news for you guys. And I think it's best to show it with a bit of a demonstration. Let me just... I guess I could try an overlay, but, check it out, guys. I have a brush for scales now. I finally got them on. So, yeah, I was finally able to get myself some, some brushes to actually get some scales, scale brushes. So now, I no longer have to draw each individual scale for my Durgans. Yeah! So, yeah, I'll definitely make drawing these guys so much easier. But for now, I believe... no, that is the wrong thing. That is me opening up the email. I did not want to do that. Yep. Just hold on. I'm just going to... No, hold on. I am so scatterbrained right now. I apologize, everyone. Okay, here we go. I just want to... Alright, now to get up Iwaken's playlist, because that is the boy we are going to be working on today. There we go. Probably gonna have to turn that down just a little bit. So yeah, today, yeah, we're gonna be talking about Iwakenji here. So yeah, this guy's quite the interesting dude. We were working on his reference sheet some time ago, getting a bit of preparation done for him. There is a little bit of tweaking I'm going to end up doing, because I actually forgot I gave him much bigger eyebrows initially, so that's actually going to need a bit of tweaking. So, while I actually do such, so I guess it would be appropriate for me to actually talk about this guy and the things that make him a rather interesting fellow. So, Iwakenja is actually an Earth Dragon Sage. Iwakenja should have eyebrows big enough to hang glide on. Perhaps he should. But yeah, Iwakenja is an Earth Dragon Sage. Specifically, he was actually trained by Amara in order to master the use of Earth magic. So, his whole ordeal. Iwakenja's whole ordeal as a character. So there were just a number of things about him that really did change a lot as a character. Mainly because I wanted to be able to have something of akin to actually basically give, like, I wanted to have sage-like characters who had mastery over special type of elements in order to like showcase, in order to just showcase a portion of the story where humans were really good at being able to utilize magic and how magic could absolutely transform these people and how they could be at their peak. But at the same time, my issue when it came to making these kind of characters was, well, making them characters, you know, making them other than, you know, just one note, oh, hi, we're just kind of here to showcase, some things that humans can do when they start learning magic. So, the Dragon Sages have especially been characters I have given major overhauls to. Iwa Kenja is one that I have had quite a number of times not being able to figure out what it is I wanted to do with this character initially. At first, I did kind of wanted to make him a bit more like of a snarky, more of like a big snarky guy. And he also looked so much different too. Like he wasn't like he didn't have this kind of wild hair going on for himself. Like he had a number of different type of hairstyles I ended up going with. Like there was times where like I had him just had the typical spiky anime hair. There's times where I had him with more straight lined hair. Then it just came to this where I'm just like, you know what? I'll see if I can do something with both. Just to give him at least a little something unique. And you know what? I did give him something a little unique. And it's led to people thinking he's a cat person. But no, he is not. He is not a cat man. He just has really weird hair. But then also personality-wise, something that I ended up changing for him a little bit, because something I thought would have been really fun to write for this character was, so initially, I wanted to write the guy as a himbo archetype. Because, you know, who doesn't like their himbos? Who doesn't like Kronk? But, that ultimately would not end up matching up well with some of the things I'd want him to do, because the himbo archetype is a rather specific one. Because, as I mentioned, you know, everyone loves Kronk, but Kronk is also just the poster boy of what a himbo ought to be. Like, a himbo is both strong, they are dumb, and they are kind of hard. And while I wouldn't say Iwa Kenja is necessarily, like, an absolute asshole, he's not, I wouldn't say he's on the level of nice that would allow him to fit into the himbo archetype. So, ultimately, that idea ended up getting scrapped of making him the himbo, and instead, so the way that I wanted to do, because I still wanted to, like, have him a bit on the dumb angle of sorts, but I also wanted to, like, kind of be able to keep a bit of his mischievous behavior going on. So, I decided, you know what, we don't have a lot of characters of this archetype that we used to, at least not as much as we have anymore. And I decided I wanted to take a lot of his personality traits, from Yusuke Urameshi and put it into this character. So, Iwa Kenja is also kind of a punk. Oh, wow, that track is really quiet. I was not expecting it to be like that. So, yeah, Iwa Kenja can, in fact, have a bit of a punk streak going on with him. And I figure, you know what? I kind of like this angle that I'm going with. Like, this is the kind of guy who would try to put the moves on someone, and then sometime during the next sometime later, you could totally see him, like, trying to do the whole whipped cream in somebody's hand prank. Just an absolute, like, a guy who can be an absolute punk. And I ended up really liking that angle for him. Now, I will say, he is the youngest of the Dragon Sages. Like, he is around the same age as Kamiko. He's 18. But he do be the youngest of them, and a lot of his demeanor definitely shows how much on the younger side that he is compared to everyone else, because while I wouldn't necessarily say that Iwa Kenja is incompetent in his magic, because, you know, Amara wouldn't take him on otherwise, he certainly does lack the discipline. Was thinking of making a pic of Iwa Kenja fighting my main pro tag Vex. Seems even more fitting considering they're both punks, use earth, and are inspired by Yusuke Urameshi. Yeah, Yusuke Urameshi is the GOAT. Like, honestly, Yu Yu Hakusho really is one of those animes where I'm just like, look, if you really want to get into the anime genre, at some point during your life, you have to watch Yu Yu Hakusho. Like, you have to. Like, it is not only such a really good anime, but I also feel like it's just one of those that really gives you a feeling of, like, what a great shonen is like. But yeah, Iwa Kenja definitely among one of my sillier characters, that's for certain. He do be a silly boy. In fact, there's times where he also does become a punching bag for Amara, because he kind of asks for it. This man has been buried underground multiple times by that dragon. Sisi! Hello! Hello, Sisi! Hello, little kitty. Meow. Hello, Sisi. Yeah, but you see, this is also why we have ref sheets to be making here, because sometimes I forget details that I add to my characters, and it's like, wait, hold on, let me see if I'm actually drawing them accurately. Then I pull out the reference sheet, like, oh right, I forgot this little detail. That's why we have them. Hold on, let me get the blanket. Here you go. Here you go, Cece. Yeah. You're meowing a lot. You're doing lots of meows. There you go. There you go, nice and settled. So yeah, I'm gonna be busy for a bit, Cece, but you're welcome to hang out on my lap if you want. You're trying to make sure you're nice and comfy? Okay. Yeah, because I was looking at, like, how I was making Iwa Kenja before, and it's just like, oh, right, this guy has rather big eyebrows, so, I think I made them too thin for this, so we're gonna be getting a little bit on this before we get to the other side of things. Anyone got any ideas how to handle these enemies? Iwa Kenja. Well, I did have some ideas. Iwa Kenja looks at a picture of Kamiko, Iwa Kenja, Twilight with mustaches. It's like, and then Twilight's like, I don't know. Something about that tells me they're probably not going to buy our disguises. Well, fine, why don't we just beat them up then? Do it the old-fashioned way. Why are we just standing around here? Let's kick their asses, everyone! Okay, at least this one was simple. Not much eyebrow showing anyway. Now, okay, so let me go back to the debut stream, because I need to refresh myself on the headcanon voices that I had for Iwa Kenja, because I know I do have some. Help me out here, YouTube. Okay, yeah, there's the debut stream. Mute. Okay, here we go. Okay, so I have 3 headcanon voices for the likes of Iwa Kenja. Yeah, that's it. You're getting handlebar mustache. Alright, so the 3 headcanon voices that I had for Iwa Kenja. So the first one, I could imagine him I paused the video. Go back. Thank you. So the first one I had in mind was Robbie Damon, who some of you may know him for like a number of different roles. Specifically, the voice I was thinking of is his performance as Chai from Hi-Fi Rush. You know, I'm certain that would satisfy a certain girly wolf pup that we know, a certain Danica that we all know and love. It's like it just suddenly appears. Like, did someone say Hi-Fi Rush? Did someone say Chai? Husband? But yeah, I think his voice would be very appropriate for I feel like his voice would be very appropriate to Iwa, especially since they both, again, they kind of have like the exact same kind of personality I'd be going for. Like, they're kind of a punk that are also a massive idiot. And like, sometimes they try to have a good heart, but also sometimes their stupidity gets the better of them. And it's like, you know what? That kind of is how I want to write Iwa Kenja as. I kind of want him to feel like Chai from Hi-Fi Rush. As, you know, a guy who's not afraid to be a punk, but also is kind of a dumbass. The other one I had in mind was Todd Hapricorn, who many of you know is the voice of Natsu from Fairy Tail. I think that would also be rather appropriate, because, you know, again, Natsu a big dum-dum. Probably wouldn't be able to match the meanness, some of like the punk meanness that I would be looking for. Because if anything, a lot of Natsu's like instances where he can come off as a bit of an asshole are like unintentional. But like I do think like the sound of the voice I feel like would be rather fitting. And then the final one is Alex Lee, who many of you may know as the voice of Zenitsu, or Luke if you play Street Fighter 6. But more specifically, I think him using his Zenitsu voice would be far more appropriate. Like, basically, I just imagine, I'd imagine it's like Alex Lee doing his voice for, doing like his Zenitsu voice, but acting like Luke. I can totally see Iwa Kenja just walking up to Ryo and going, Hadouken, Hadouken, Hadouken. He's like a fucking asshole. Luke is really funny. Getting up, Cece? What you doing, Cece girl? Alright, so we almost got done what I needed to adjust here, because the next parts that I'm going to be talking about with Iwa Kenja is where things get interesting for the world of the Rise to Superior. While my cat decides what she wants to be doing. Oh. What do you want? Okay, you want the lap? Okay. You can sit on the lap. Might need to make these a bit... Might need to make the eyebrows a bit thicker. And I just noticed a white spot up there. I'm gonna have to get rid of that. Yeah, just trying to make sure I get the right thickness going on here with Iwa Kenja's eyebrows. Alright, okay, this should do it, this should do it. No, okay, bad. Had to get some medicine due to my coughing badly and get some tissues. Alright, that's fine, Crystal. You make sure you're taking care of yourself. We're actually almost done getting the adjustments that I need on here, and Cece is not making up her mind as to where she wants to go. Hello, Cece? What is it? Okay, you want to be on the bed? You can be on the bed. Okay. Okay, so I want to... There we go. Also just want to get rid of some of these white spots here, since I can get rid of them now. Okay, so... Now that I got the eyebrows adjusted to my liking that I needed to, this is where we start to get into the interesting part of discussing this stream, because now you're probably wondering what you're looking at on this side here, because man, he's looking a lot different like this. So you'll notice that the headband is gone, and that his sage mark is now completely visible. That is actually what is behind the headband. He uses this to cover up his sage mark. So you're probably wondering, so what exactly is the purpose of this? Like, what does that thing do? You know, aside from essentially make this guy go Super Saiyan. So every single sage, or at least every single individual that is granted the title of sage, are effectively given what is known as a sage mark, and it is typically placed on their forehead. So, what this sage mark allows them to do is that, so you see, it's not just simply there as a show. It's not simply there just for show. It does in fact have a purpose. And it is the fact that that sage mark allows them to tap into an exclusive skill of theirs. So, something that the dragons have been trying to do is that they've been trying to see if whether or not they are able to, in a way, kind of create their own superiors. So, what they effectively ended up being able to do is they were able to make a mark on some people that was able to channel their aura in ways that allowed their bodies to take on special attributes. And that is exactly what these marks are there for. It is there as effectively there as, like, say, it's kind of there as like a channel, and allowing them to just access incredible skills that allow their bodies to move beyond a specific limitation. And as such, it effectively allows them to have their own superior traits. In this case, they're known as a faux superior trait, because it's technically not like an actual superior trait that they inherit, because, you know, them being superiors, it's one that's given to them. It's sort of the equivalent of, say, the difference between mutants and mutates in, say, the X-Men, where one, they're born with those genes, one are given the mutant genes. The vast difference, though, with faux superior traits is that, so regular superior traits are usually seen as just rather passive abilities that they kind of have. Like, for Kamiko, for example, with Breathless, that's just a trait that's always active. Like, it's always active, and on top of that, it also doesn't really cost any aura to utilize. For faux superior traits... Oh, ad break incoming. Alright, so I might as well get this out of the way before the ads end up hitting you guys. So, faux superior traits usually tend to grant far more extravagant abilities, on top of the fact that because some of them are so extravagant, they do cost aura. And in the case of Iwa Kenja, his is a rather interesting ability where it pretty much just allows his body to bypass the natural limitations, to bulk out as strong as he needs to be. It increases his intelligence, and overall, it just increases his capabilities by a ton. You see here, yeah, his muscles are much bigger. His hair is going up because his aura is going to be having that just flowing all over the place. And if I can get these two show up. He also ends up getting a staff. And it is a staff that will be made entirely out of stones. And this is actually what we're going to be ending up focusing the most on this. I'm going to have to go back to the debut stream, because I think I did have a specific name for this. Cause, yeah, I'm pretty sure I had a specific name for his trait. Let's see. Let me see here. Okay, yeah, so I did, because I did. Okay, so I did have one. Hold on. I'm waiting a little bit. There we go. There we go. Knew the ad break was coming. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the ad break in progress to show up. So yeah, I will see you guys after the ad break. Yeah, God forbid I started talking about it as soon as the ad started playing. It's like, oh wait, these people can't hear me. We're in the middle of ads. That doesn't feel good. Now I'm talking to no one, and now it's just embarrassing. And it makes me scared. All the scareds. But yeah, we'll see you guys in about a minute or so. Okay, yeah, we're past 50 seconds. Get a bit more done on this while I wait for you guys to come back, and I can tell you a bit more about Iwakenja's special little power that he's got. Yeah, I definitely need a refresher on it, because I know I did not give it an English name. For those of you watching these on YouTube, though, if you are watching these on YouTube, thank you. But if you are not following the Twitch channel, be sure to do so. Twitch.tv/RealmWars. It is actually spelled with one S this time, as opposed to the actual YouTube channel where I had to use multiple S's because YouTube was really weird about how I signed in and made accounts. And ad break is now over. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you guys had a nice little ad break going on there. If you guys got anything that you felt was interesting for you. Just don't mind me. I'd be working on the Iwakenja. That's what I'd be doing. I'm working on the boy Yugi. It's what I do. Ads are never nice. It's like, I want to watch my content creators, damn it. But, anywho, so since I got you guys back from the ad break, so to talk about Iwakenja's, foul superior trait. His power, I paused you, god damn it. Okay, so, his foul superior trait is known as Chi Q Tosora, which translates to Earth and Sky. So what this ability allows Iwakenja to do is that, so aura essentially starts pouring into his body and exploding out of him, which as a result of such is, with his aura now powering his body, it allows his body to start bulking up to effectively give him the equivalent of the strength of birth, Jesus Christ. Oh god, yes. He births the power of the earth and the heavens itself. That is a great way to put it. I'm so glad I'm a wordsmith. But yeah, no. It essentially gives him the power to essentially be on the likes of say like he wields the strength of the equivalent of both the earth and the heavens. Part of this, and a lot of this, is also because of the secondary inspiration to Iwakenja's character that I ended up kind of really liking when I started getting a bit more into Journey to the West. Because, you know, what shonen anime doesn't have inspirations from Journey to the West? It practically was the original shonen anime. But, yes, there are a lot of inspirations that are taken from one Sun Wukong to put them into Iwakenja, and that superior trait effectively allows him to help complete a bit of that reference. So he is incredibly strong. It does also make him smarter, so his brain does get bigger as a result. So he does fight also along on the much more tactical side of things. And that's also why I gave him the staff too, because again, it helps complete the reference. So you're also now probably a Jimmy Neutron looking ass. This is the face that's sending you to the Shadow Realm. you try to send him to the Shadow Realm, and it's like, nah, you're going. That being said, this form of Iwakenja's is not without risk, because the thing is, his body is actually going to continue bulking up the longer that he stays in this form. Like, it does gradually bulk up a bit more and more and more as minutes pass. So, while within this state, he definitely does keep getting stronger and stronger, and his muscles do end up expanding and getting much bigger as a result. The problem with that, though, is during the cases where those muscles start to get a little too big. So if he's in this state for much longer than he would like to, at first, it actually does start making it a bit harder for him to actually move about. Because, he's got bigger arms and such. It makes it a bit harder for him to actually move some of these things around, but they're not going to stop growing still. And effectively, what can end up happening is that his muscles end up getting so big that his skin can't contain it. And you can just imagine how messy the imagery of that would end up looking. And how appropriate that the Attack on Titan game music is playing with this. Does this look like the face of Mercy to you? So it's definitely one of those states that he would need to enter in if he wants to finish a fight as quickly as possible. Otherwise it's going to end up damaging him more than anything. Because, like I mentioned, the Foul Superior trait, the Foul Superior traits, they grant much more drastic changes to an individual than, say, a typical one, but they do tend to come at some more costs as a result. In Iwakenja's case, aside from, the fact that it consumes aura as he's in this state, is also extremely dangerous for his own body. Now, the main reason why Iwakenja does try to have the headband on him is because in Iwakenja's case, his superior trait is one that actually takes on aura going into him, so it can end up being consumed to effectively bulk up his body. But the problem, though, is with Iwakenja is he's not very good at controlling his ability, because for other sages, they just have to simply touch their mark, and their ability activates. For Iwakenja, he has a hard time controlling this, because the idea of why it activates is because when other sages touch their marks, they're sending their aura into it to effectively be like an activation of sorts. For Iwakenja, because his always takes in aura from around him, his will just activate as soon as the mark is revealed. But because of that, he's not able to control how it is when it gets activated. So that's why he typically wears the headband, because that's the only way to stop aura from just sinking into the mark. So whenever he wants to use his trait, he just takes the headband off. But in order to end up stopping it, he has to get it covered up again. And that's got to happen quick, otherwise, again, he becomes a bloody mess on the ground. So yeah, extremely powerful trait, but if left unchecked for too long, it could in fact kill him. You know what? To sacrifice some people are willing to make when they wish to achieve the power that is when they wish to achieve a power that makes them the equivalent of the great sage equal to heaven. Like I also mentioned, he also does get smarter in this state as well. So, again, like if it comes to wanting to end a battle quickly, this form can 100% give him the intelligence to figure out, you know, okay, how do I end this as quickly as possible so my muscles don't rip out of my skin and make me bleed to death. Yeah, something that I've kind of been debating on wanting to put on the reference sheet, but part of me was thinking that might be a little too messy. Yeah, in fact, just even like a lot of like Iwakenja's getup, I also kind of just have a bit of reference to the Monkey King himself, like how he uses the robe as a belt. He ties it around his waist and he just wears it that way. Like it gives like the hood a little bit, kind of gives him a little bit of a wide monkey tail, but also because hey, you know, Wukong also wore a belt around his waist. Now I'm imagining Broly with Jimmy Neutron's brain. Like, what is that I smell? Is that a raid boss battle? I will say, Iwakenja's voice does not get deeper when this happens. So, you want to be sounding like Broly. But something that I did mention, before, because yeah, he does get himself a nice stick made of stone. So he is able to use earth magic in this state in order to effectively give him a staff made out of earth. So a bunch of stones end up gathering together in order to form a large staff that he can end up wielding. And honestly, I love my interpretation for how I'm able to have Iwakenja use this in a similar vein to how Wukong uses his staff to... Oh, I am so gonna butcher the name of it. The Ryui Shingu Bang. Yeah, there we go. I had to remember it for a little bit. Because yeah, so because as we all know, Wukong's staff is very iconic. It has the ability to change different sizes. It can either shrink or it can get even larger. So the way I have that interpreting for Iwakenja is that the more stones that he has gathered onto the staff, the bigger and longer it can end up becoming. Something he can also end up doing as well, and this is something I'll be doing with this pose here. He'll actually be able to slam the thing down and make it explode into tiny chunks of other rocks. Basically, like, he can actually, like, bust the staff if he needs to for much extra damage and for extra firepower. And then if he also wants to, he can turn them into dual-wielding staffs. Which I think is so fucking cool. I think that'd be really cool imagery to see him do. Like, just being able to, like, just whack the staff on, just being able to, like, whack the staff against something, make it burst, and then form an entirely second staff out of the other one. And then if need be, he can have that staff merge with another one in order to make it even wider and bigger. It can also essentially mean as well that, you know, it doesn't matter how much you try to break the staff, breaking it is not going to mean anything, because he can just reform it back together. Man's got his own version of Mjolnir, and he's not afraid to whack you with it. So yeah, how is Iwakenja sounding to you guys? Because, like, he is certainly the duality of man. Like on one side of things, you have a big goofball. You got a bit of a knucklehead here who also has a bit of a prankster streak. But then over here is when the serious business plays. This is when Iwa Kenja's like, all right, locking in. Like, inside you, there are 2 wolves. Except Iwa Kenja. In him, there are 2 dragons. So definitely do not mess with him. Yeah, that's also kind of the idea that I was getting around with, that's kind of what I wanted to do with this, specific playlist as well. Because something I wanted to have to really, exemplify his character is that I wanted to have something that not only showcased a bit of, like, the silly, outgoing nature that he has, but also parts of him that also show that this guy can mean business when he wants it. I believe the trope was... I believe I've described the trope before as a crouching dumbass hidden badass. Yeah, you know what? How appropriate. We got Wolverine's theme playing. It's like, hey, you want to know how badass this guy was? Well, here you go. I just saw Tommy on Broadway. Ooh, nice. Also, hello there, Karatera. Welcome to day 8 of the lore-a-thon. We're talking about the Earth Dragon Sage Iwa Kenja. We were just talking about how some of his special abilities end up working, such as his Foul Superior traits, and how it can be super dangerous even for him. But yeah, so how was your Broadway show? How was the Broadway show, Karatera? Was it fun? Did you enjoy it? Also want to mention to anyone who may be new joining into the streams, whether or not you decide you want to be lurking or not, that's perfectly fine. I do, in fact, if you do want to get caught up on other days of the lore-a-thon, in case you ended up missing them, I do have VODs available on the YouTube channel. So if you look up Realm Wars II, in fact, let me type it here for those of you who don't know. If you look up that username, you'll find my YouTube channel, and it has days 1 through 7 up on the channel for your viewing pleasure. So just know that they're definitely going to be lengthy streams. This one's going to be no exception to that because I have off from work today. So I can stream for as long as I need to. But if you have the time to want to be able to watch them or try to get a bit of yourself caught up on maybe some of the things that you ended up missing, you can watch the VODs over there. It's also a nice way to help support the YouTube channel as well, because I also have, because I do in fact have some partnership going on in there. So the views certainly do help on there as well. That's not for people with sensory issues. Well, at least, well, I'm at least hoping that doesn't apply to you, because I'd hate to imagine, like, all right, let's see what time to enjoy the Broadway play, and like the instance where your sensory issues would start triggering, it would come up, and it's like, oh no, I can't watch this. Yeah, there we go. This is a menace. This man's starting to look like a menace, and not the fun kind. The kind that's going to absolutely cave your head in with, it's going to cave your face in with a staff. Loud music, gunshots, strobe lights all over the place. Ooh. Oh yeah, especially the strobe lights, because I've actually worked in some entertainment businesses that actually did use strobe lights. And, yeah, you definitely got to give a warning to people before they end up stepping into those places, because, yeah, God forbid you have a person entering a place with strobe lights and suddenly seizures. He's gonna throw you into the ground and call you a poopy head. He just grabs you. He just grabs you, just lifts you up into the air. You're a poopy head. And it just suplexes you into the ground. You know what? He absolutely would do that, too. Yeah, as someone who has worked with stage equipment during High, I can understand that. Yeah, he's true. Yeah, I used to work at an amusement park where for their Halloween their Halloween festivals, we have a haunted house that has quite a number of strobe lights in it. And yeah, it's something that we got to make people aware of when they decide they're gonna enter in here. It's like, yeah, you're gonna be hit with some strobe lights here. But yeah, so Iwa Kenja, you gonna... Yeah, this is what happens when you fuck around and find out. If you think he's just a big silly guy that's occasionally a punk, you're sadly mistaken. Yeah, high school I was in the backstage class and acting class, and we basically had to help each other as much as we can. Yeah, means part of putting on a production. You're all a team. And thank you, virus protection software. Thank you again, virus protection software. But yeah, if there's anything you guys want to know about Iwa Kenja, you guys are free to ask about it. But hold on, I actually did not make my usual pin message. Yeah, I think I forgot to do that for Riona's one too. But yeah, there we go. So yeah, if there are any questions that you have about my OCs, my story, my lore, feel free to ask me them, and I will answer them within reason. And also, just so you know, I'm not limiting those questions just for Iwa Kenja. Like, if you do have questions for Iwa Kenja, absolutely, I encourage you asking them. But if there's any other ones that I've worked on during the lore-a-thon that you'd like to know about, you're free to ask those as well. I know the characters I know that we've talked about already are, of course, we talked about Kamiko, we talked about Twilight, we talked about Chrome, Amara. We did talk about Riona. In fact, just to give myself a bit of a refresher, because yeah, I know days 1 and 2 were Kamiko, 3 was Twilight, then it was Chrome, Amara, and then we have Riona, and now we're doing Iwa Kenja. So yeah, anything you guys want to know about any of those characters, feel free to ask them. And Subway got to disappear for 20 minutes. Alright. Hopefully Subway agrees with you this time. Because I know last time you got Subway, you kind of came back from it just feeling very... Like, no food poisoning the Lady Kyrotera. Not allowed. Alright, so while I wait for any possible questions that you guys do have, so if you are paying attention to the schedule on the left, so tomorrow we're going to be doing some reference touch-up because on that day I do in fact have work a bit later. So unfortunately I do not have off this entire week. But I figured at least to give you guys some content and to be able to get some more progress done on some of these other images, I will be using that time to touch up on some reference sheets that I think could get a little bit of work going on. And then on Friday, I will be back on my vacation where we talk about Shadow Kamiko. What is Iwakenja's biggest fear? Okay, so I'd say for Iwakenja's biggest fear, his is actually a bit more on the human side of things, because the thing is, it was very easy for me to make a character like this where it's like, you know, I can make them goofy and silly and like make them afraid of something rather silly, but honestly, that's too easy. It's way too easy, and I like to have a bit more nuance to his character rather than just, haha, I can be a funny guy. So his biggest fear, actually, is being a letdown to other people. And it actually does play into a little bit it actually does play a little bit into Iwakenja's, like, background. Because Iwakenja also is a character that had a little bit of tragedy going on with him in his life. So, in fact, when we actually get first introduced to Riona, you know, of course, Iwakenja tries putting the moves on her, which ends up him constantly getting beaten up by Riona for it, because girl wants her boundaries respected. There eventually comes a moment where, because something ends up falling out involving Riona, she ends up getting caught in such an emotional state due to her trustworthiness getting exploited, and then being caught in absolute disarray, ends up getting captured by the Realm of Nightmares and gets taken over to them. Iwakenja ends up being told that they're going to stage an attack on the Realm of Nightmares in order to try to get Riona back, and he ends up putting on a much more serious look to himself. Because, you know, rather than just, you know, his typical goofy self, like, once he hears that, you know, the Realm of Nightmares is involved in this, he's just like, wait. Hold on. We're attacking the Realm of Nightmares. You said that, right? Yeah, they're the ones who took Riona. I'm in. And that's all he says about that. Like, that's all he says in regards to the attack on the Realm of Nightmares. What would end up being uncovered about Iwakenja is that he's got personal beef with the Realm of Nightmares. Specifically, one of the people who resides there, known as Cassius. It would end up being revealed that, and this actually goes into, oh, hold on, there's an incoming ad break. There ends up, and the funny thing is, I actually ended up, coming up with this based on an old D&D one-shot that I ended up making from some time ago. That's also on the YouTube channel, although I will admit it certainly wasn't one of my more better handled ones. It was definitely when I was like starting out with in the DM booth. Like, I'll say this, it was definitely before the Neopets one-shot where I decided, you know what, I'm gonna let people have fun. But basically, in those events, sometime it would be revealed that Iwakenja had a sister, and his sister was just as much of a gremlin as Iwakenja, so they bonded very well. They got up to all sorts of manner of mischief, and then just one day, she just vanished without a single trace. Okay, so the incoming alert ended up going away. So I get the feeling you guys are going to get hit with ads relatively soon. So I'm going to hold off a little bit on the explanation for a little bit, because I'd rather not be talking about it while you guys are in the midst of an ad break. I mean, I know there's the VODs and whatnot, but I also would rather you guys hear the questions that you ask when I give them, you know, when you give them, rather than just, you know, oh, hey, the guy's answering my question. Oh, hey, look, there's an ad. No, it's all to be considered to you guys. So, yeah, I don't know when it's going to be popping up. It should be popping up relatively soon. Hold on, let me just make that brush a tad on the bigger side. Yep, there it is. All right, so there's your ad break, everybody. I will see you guys in about 1:30. So just sit tight, be patient, and I will answer whatever questions that you have for you. Definitely thanks for the ad revenue. It does at the very least help support. It does help support the Twitch. That being said, for those of you who may not end up be watching ads, maybe because either because they just straight up didn't play for you. But if you do want to just straight up stay away from ads, you are one way you can certainly do that is that you can in fact subscribe. Tiers 1 through 3 are all you. Tiers 1 through 3 is all you need. I recommend tier 1 just because it is the cheapest of the options. I believe it's about $5 I believe it is about $5 a month if you want to do tier 1. It gives you access to exclusive emotes. It allows you to get a point multiplier as long as you are tier 1 subscribed, and it also allows you to bypass ads. Or if you are already subscribed and you want to help out your fellow viewers, you can in fact gift subscriptions to them. It helps the community out, it helps them be able to also avoid ads, and it also again supports your content creators. But you do what you like. It's not something I'm going to end up pushing you and forcing you to do. It's only if you want to do it. Alright, and it looks like the ad break is over. Welcome back, everybody. Okay. If you're not dead, sound off. God, I'm sorry. I cannot hear Captain America's theme from Marvel vs. Capcom 3 without also hearing my voice going, Captain America's humble as fuck. Listen, if TP were here, he would totally get what I was talking about. Yeah, like Crash, I especially want to know if you're back from the ask, because I know this is the question that you asked specifically. And I'd like to be able to make sure, you know, you get the answer you want. Ooh, very good, very good. I just need to get the sandals now. Yeah, okay, you're back? Alright, cool. So, just give me a quick swig. Alright, excellent. Now, so back to Iwa Kenja's backstory. So, one day, it would turn out that his sister would just suddenly disappear without a trace. No one knows where she went. No one knows what happened to her. It wouldn't be until Iwa Kenja's family would receive news that his sister ended up getting abducted and also killed. Now, they wouldn't specifically mention the realm of nightmares because this is war territory that they're dealing with here. Like, they're not entirely sure, you know, how they want to describe the war between the realms to people that aren't involved with it in order to keep them out. And let's just say hearing the news that his sister was straight up murdered, it affected him hard. It was then Iwa Kenja started getting very obsessed with trying to figure out who was the one who ended up killing his sister. Now, I will say this, the one who does end up delivering that news is, it is Hiyashi. Hiyashi is the one who ends up delivering that news to the family. And Iwa Kenja basically starts taking upon himself to, like, try to find Hiyashi in order to get him to spill what happened. Because it's like, obviously you knew what happened. You told us the news. Who did it? I want to know who was the one who did it. I want to find that scumbag. It was then Hiyashi realized that he couldn't keep that information hidden anymore, because this guy was clearly hell-bent on trying to figure out who it was that did it, and he ends up telling him about the war and everything, and what ended up happening to his sister, that she was abducted by the realm of nightmares and basically turned into a casualty as an example. And this pissed off Iwakenja to no end. And so, Iwakenja then starts talking about how, like, oh, once he finds that scumbag, he's gonna make them pay, to which Hiyashi effectively tells him, yeah, that's a good way to also end up like your sister, because, you're not dealing with just your average, ordinary, like, monster or whatnot. You're dealing with nightmares, buddy. But I may know someone who could help you with getting to where you need to. And that's when Iwakenja gets introduced to Amara. And then, initially at first, Amara isn't too impressed with Iwakenja, because, you know, kind of hard to get too impressed by a guy who seems extremely full of himself. And actually does try to send him away at first, because it's like, this guy doesn't know what he's getting himself into. He's just a regular-ass person. He doesn't actually have any, like, crazy things about him. And then, Iwakenja basically gives a bet to Amara to be like, train me for a bit. Let's see what I can grow from with there. And then she's just like, alright, fine. This will probably be a waste of my time, though. And, like, yeah, for a while, Iwakenja isn't really showing any remarkable traits because, as I mentioned before, humans are not naturally adept to magic. They need to actually train their auras in order to make them larger, in order to have at least even a bit of touch when it comes to their magic. And because Iwakenja was just kind of flubbing up in a lot of different places, Amara ended up feeling like, this is a waste of my time. We're not going to get anywhere with this. And if you try to go after the guys who got your sister, you're just going to get yourself killed. So we're just not going to bother. But eventually, he manages to tap into his aura and actually utilize his earth magic relatively easily. PCC. And Amara actually gets a little intrigued by this because since earth is her specialty, now she actually has a place to kind of start with this guy. It's like, well, if you're gonna be an earth magic user, might as well see where we can take you from this. And then Iwakenja just started solely focusing on being able to utilize earth magic similarly to Amara. And he ended up getting so good at it that it actually would impress Amara a little bit. It's like, wow, you're actually getting further in this than I thought you would. And it ended up getting to the point that he would effectively be entitled as a Dragon Sage, because he would just be really good at knowing how to utilize earth magic. He would then be given a Sage Mark, but yeah, as mentioned, because of the trait that he has, they had to quickly find a way to cover it up, otherwise it would end up absolutely destroying his body as a result. But yeah, with all that down, Iwakenja now effectively also has a little bit of a personal gripe with himself, where one thing that he wants to make sure that he can do. He does not want to let people down, because there's another instance of him during the times where he is just joining with the dragons, because even though he was certainly approved by Amara, he wasn't exactly Amara. At first, I thought you were a cringe-ass not nay baby, but no, you're a cringe-ass nay man. Yeah, effectively. But he was still in the midst of training, so Amara didn't want him to go out into the field just yet. Iwakenja, being the impulsive guy that he is, decided, you know what, nah, I'll show Amara what I can do. I'll show Amara that I got game. And it ends up with him almost getting killed by, well, a demon fox. Because he was in an area he wasn't supposed to, he was in a battlefield he wasn't supposed to be in, and yeah, he ends up almost getting killed as a result, because boy was getting a little too big for his britches. And he just had no idea what he was even doing at that point, because while he was certainly being trained how to use his magic, he has no field experience whatsoever. And it does ultimately end up having a dragon from a dragon from the militia. They end up getting killed trying to protect him. In fact, Amaru even drops the news on him because of that, and yeah, it mentally fucks him up, because it's like he thought he was ready, and it ended up costing someone their life. So he felt personally responsible for what happened on that day. So a big part of Iwa Kenja's like wanting to not let other people down is that he doesn't want a repeat of what happened on that time. Like, he doesn't want his impulsive nature to end up costing someone else. Oh, look, it's a Pikmin. Hello, Pikmin.
I am currently frustrated at Alpha GX at the moment.
Oh no.
So like, man, I want to do stuff today, and my browser decided, nope, we're not gonna have any of that. We're gonna have you be stuck in loading times for a while. Yeah.
But yeah, welcome to day 8 of the lore-a-thon. We're talking about Iwa Kenja. Also, I see Jordan added me and no mic. And yeah, I know about the Neopets tarot cards. Yeah, there do be an illusion. But, yeah, so, like, while Iwa Kenja certainly can be quite the silly guy, I do, in fact, have a bit of tragedy put into his story. Because there's one thing that I will absolutely talk about when it comes to how some people tend to handle comic relief style characters. It is a very easy archetype for a character to get wrong. In fact, it's one that I have commonly told is one of my least favorite aspects about the Legend of Spyro trilogy, and it's that I think Sparx is the worst character from those games, because he is the worst example on how you write a comic relief style character, where you have those guys who are like, oh, we gotta try to make this guy sound like everything he says is a joke. And I mean everything. Like, every line he says has to sound like it's supposed to be something we find funny and that we laugh at, and he ends up coming off as more obnoxious than anything. And they also end up thinking along the lines that, oh, well, if we just get a really funny guy to say his lines, then surely anything the guy says can be seen as a joke, you know? That's why he generally was voiced by characters who were comedians. He was voiced by David Spade in the first game. Then he was voiced by Billy West in Eternal Night, and then Wayne Brady in Dawn of the Dragon. And, yeah, considering how... Again, all that ended up happening is that it just made his character come off as extremely obnoxious. And it's mainly because the problem that I feel a lot of people end up... When it comes to, writing comic relief characters, the one thing I think a number of people end up getting wrong with it is that they think by comic relief it means, oh, they have to be nothing but funny. They have to be just this one character trait. But no. Comic relief is... Well, it's specifically that. It's comic relief. You're supposed to relieve a little bit from the drama. So, typically when things get a little too intense within a story, that's when you would have your comic relief character, like, come in to try and relieve a bit of that tension. But at the same time, you don't want their character to solely just be You don't want them to solely just be, you know, oh, they're the haha funny character. Because, you know, again, you don't want their character traits to just be, you know, one note or static. So that's also why I have a bit more to Iwa Kenja, because that way he doesn't just have to be a funny guy. He can, in fact, have his moments when he needs to. In fact, Sokka from Avatar: The Last Airbender is literally like that. Like, he's absolutely the comic relief. But he's not haha funny guy 100% of the time. He does, in fact, get some of his own personal baggage that he ends up having to deal with. And it ends up making him, well, a character. And that's kind of something I wanted for Iwa Kenja as well. Like, I didn't just want to throw him down into just being, you know, the haha funny guy. You know, I wanted layers to the guy's character as well, because, again, you know, because, again, people are multi-layered. They don't just have to be one personality trait. Iwa Kenji gives me Sokka vibes. He's often the one who crack jokes and being the butt of the joke, but ultimately he has important emotional moments and aspects to his writing that helps him inform the story of and his character. Yeah, exactly. Is Beast Boy another example? Yeah, Beast Boy is also another example of that. Like, he was definitely a comic relief character, but also definitely had, like, a number of his emotional moments, especially involving Terra. Like, Terra and even Raven, for that matter, because I know, like, he was definitely, like, emotional support for Raven. But that's also why I have this other aspect. That's also why I have this aspect of why I'm working on this variation of Iwa Kenja, because, again, I want to show that this guy can also stand on business. You see, multi-layered characters can, in fact, make things very interesting, because they, you don't have to make them one note. They can, in fact, they have layers. And it's also why I also mentioned before, you know, because when you were asking me, because, yeah, Crash, when you were asking me, you know, if he ended up having a biggest fear, one of the easiest things you could do for a character who is meant to be comic relief is just give them a very silly fear. It's like, I'm afraid of stairs. Why? They're always up to something. It's like, that's a funny joke, Iwa Kenja. No, I'm serious. They're always up to something. I'm afraid of them. Wait, you're serious? I don't know where they go. Like, that would have been way too easy. That would have been way too easy. And let's also be real here. That would be so much less interesting. Like, I feel like Iwa Kenja would have been just a much more boring character if that were the case. And we're not here to make him boring. We're here to put in our Sun Wukong reference. And if you make Sun Wukong boring, you fucked up. You absolutely did wrong there. You absolute fool. You Neanderthal. You nincompoops. I just wanted to send a quick message to Jordan. Just to let her know, you know, hey, if you want to come in here, you're welcome to do so. Because, yeah, like that, because, like, that was definitely, like, one of the big, like I mentioned, that was the biggest problem I had with Sparks from the Legend of Spyro trilogy, because, again, he had again, he was the comic relief where they were just like, oh, he has to always be funny, no matter what. Like, he always has to say something funny, and even when, like, there's something that has to be super emotional, he has to say it in a way that sounds like it's funny. It's like, no, you just make him obnoxious at that point. And that's also the reason why Planet Sheen failed, because they wanted the comic relief in the main spotlight, and it's like, wow, when you make the comic relief the main character, they're kind of annoying. Yeah, Hype Street. Yeah, Iwa Kenja bringing the hype with his big stick. Here we go from here. Get some nice spiky hair going. So yeah, but I mentioned before, one of Iwa Kenja's earlier designs was just, you know, he had like much spikier hair. In fact, I'd say it's almost akin to like what Naruto kind of had. It's like, you know, I kind of feel like changing his hair a little bit to make it a bit more interesting, and then it's like, you know what? I found a way to have both happen. Except this time, instead of giving him Naruto hair, now he has Vegeta's do, without the massive Widow's Peak. So unfortunately, he is not beating Vegeta in the Widow's Peak department. You should give him a multicolored afro. Why a multicolored afro? And there goes my Wi-Fi. Oh no! Yeah, Crystal, I hope things are okay for you on your end. Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, you know, just in case I really wanted to complete that. Just in case that's like, man, let's go even further with the Vegeta dude. Let's make it so it can change colors. But, no, his superior trait doesn't change anything, like, in terms of, like, hair color-wise. It just bulks his body up. Yeah, I'm on my phone. I have no clue what's going on. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that, Crystal. I don't know if whether or not maybe it's, because I know I saw a tweet from, like, say, BJ earlier that, I guess he was kind of dealing with a bit of a hurricane issue going on, and I don't know if maybe you're dealing with that. Maybe if it went over to where you are. I mean, I hope it doesn't. We get ourselves the ear. Get the end of the ear. Oh, also, Pikmin, since you're here, I have something incredible to show you, alright? Watch this. Look what I got my hands on. I got a scales brush.
Nice.
Now I don't have to draw individual scales on my dragons anymore. Now I got a brush for it. I did it, Tria. Are you proud of me? There also are like some other brushes I was also trying to get my hands on as well. Like I do also now have myself a brush specifically for I do have a brush specifically for making grass now. So that way I can now draw a gamer's worst nightmare. Grass. You know, without having to also painstakingly draw each individual blade of it. I'm gonna see if maybe I can try to see if, like, aside from just a brush, if I could also find a texture for it too, because that would also be nice. Yeah, I be expanding my brushes. Get this shoulder going on here. And hold on, is that? Okay, yep, that's the quiet Genshin Impact act music. Is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument. Although, I mean, technically it could be. You just take the mayonnaise jar, put it upside down, and just beat on the bottom of it like a drum. There you go. Instrument. Squidward has no imagination. Like, listen, when you really think about it, anything can be an instrument if you can find a way to put rhythm to it, like... That was my desk. It turned it into a drum. If Mick Gordon can turn a chainsaw into an instrument, you can use mayonnaise as an instrument. If, hell, Tchaikovsky... Tchaikovsky is also an instance of that. Like, no imagination but realm. Squidward is bold and brash. More like, belongs in the trash. I mean, we have the great... I mean, hell, we even got, like, the great bit from ProZD where it's like, Tchaikovsky, cannons are not an instrument. Yes, they are, and I'm going to use 21 of them. Tchaikovsky, no. Tchaikovsky, yes. Tchaikovsky, always yes. You know what, speaking of imagination, Hiwa should certainly get some, because, stick. That means his character is now Gob approved. At least he should be, because he has stick. Stick very good. In fact, if I'm remembering correctly, I think he's, you know, I believe since, actually, no, I'm thinking the wrong day. I'm thinking Thursdays, because that's when, because I was trying to think, because I was trying to remember, like, when exactly he was, hosting scheduled conflicts, because I wouldn't mind raiding into him, because I haven't done that in a while, but, no, scheduled conflicts is specifically Thursday, so, I'm just like, nope, never mind, abort that plan. Oh, it looks like there's going to be an incoming ad break for you guys, so just a bit on the prepared side. So I will say, if there are any more questions that you want to ask about Iwa Kenja or some of the other characters I covered, feel free to do them. And if we do end up hitting the ad break, I'll be sure to answer them as soon as the ad break is over. Because, yeah, no, I know Crash was very much waiting for this character to come along, because he's made mention plenty of times. This is his, out of all the characters I made, this is his favorite. So, happy birthday, I guess? Did someone say birthday? Alright, so the notification's gone. That means I want to say, like, maybe in a couple of minutes, you guys are gonna get hit with another set of ads. So definitely brace yourself for it, because you're gonna be there for 1:30 before you're back to your regularly scheduled content creator. And there we are, at breaking progress. So I shall see you guys in a little bit. I'll be getting a bit more progress done on Iwa Kenja for the time being. Just gonna get the robe going on here. Takes crystal. Oh, you're not getting ads? Huh. Twitch had mercy on you.
Twitch was on you, but Opera GX is not having mercy on me for whatever freaking reason.
Opera GX!
Yeah.
How dare you? Like, how dare you do this to Pikmin Opera GX? That's not nice. But I mean, at the very least, Crystal, I know that you're still with us. Alright, and looks like the ad break is over. Welcome back, everybody. Nothing's changed. We're still working on the same guy here. And there's a kitty sleeping next to me. Hello, Cece. She's a loaf. Actually, Crash, we do in fact have an Iwa Kenja emote if you wanna have fun with that. What does Iwa Kenja smell like? I'm guessing pine wood and hairspray. You know, I never thought to consider what my characters would smell like. But I mean, I guess there's a tie for it. Again, I guess that I did say you guys could ask me anything, so. I mean, I will definitely say this. He does in fact get made to aid to take showers. They do have water dragons there, so they can in fact bathe people.
Welcome to the Gulag. If you survive, you earn your freedom.
Oh, Crash, thank you for following. I can't believe it. You weren't following the whole time. It's probably one of those things where it's like you thought that you were, but then it's like, oh, never mind. No, I'm not. Yeah, that didn't realize it was. Yeah, sometimes that happens. Sometimes that happens. It's like, you know, I'll be watching someone that I've been watching someone for a while. And it's like, wait a minute, I thought I was following this person already. Clicks the button. Can any of the characters get sick? Yes, they can. They're not immune to sickness. Knowing how to use magic does not mean that you cannot get sick. Actually, Crash, since you did follow, I do wanna take a look at something. 'Cause, okay, yeah. So, we're actually 33 away from one of our... We're actually 33 away from the follower goal. So, if I can go back to just chatting stream for just a little bit, because I do want to uncover a little thing here. So, we are still trying to pursue follower goals here. So, the easiest one I think we'll be able to get to is 200. Because, yeah, we're 33 away from being able to do that. And once we actually reach that goal, I will be basically putting a raffle into the chat, which allows you to request a free art piece of Kamiko fighting whoever you want. So once we reach 200 followers, we'll be holding a raffle. Whoever wins that, that's what you'll be getting. You'll be able to request that for me. You'll be able to request that. So hopefully sometime before the end of this month, maybe we can end up reaching that goal. We can end up reaching the 200, because I would absolutely love to be able to. I'd love to be able to hold that, have some kind of an art piece where I do something like that for you. We gotta reach that goal first. We gotta reach 200. Finally, I can fight Kamiko and die. It's like, I mean, you could request that, but why would you? It's like, is there something wrong? Do you want to talk about it? Yeah, I do it for the clout. It's like, all right, everyone. I'm about to make this viral video of me fighting against Kamiko. This is gonna be a great fight. And so, sir, I believe the medical bills are going to be extremely high. I don't think your insurance will be able to cover it. It's like, what do you mean my insurance won't be able to cover it? Well, unfortunately, health insurance is not capable of covering a person who suffers from, checking notes here, dead. Joke's on you, I'm in Britain. I don't have to pay for my broken spine. Lucky you. It's like, man, what would it be like to live a life like that, huh? Meanwhile, over here, like, someone accidentally gets someone by complete accident from the doctor was diagnosed with fucking COVID, and they're like, "Oh, we tested you positive for this, but that was a mistake on our end. You're actually not positive for this." Oh, okay, thank goodness. By the way, you still owe us $200. What the fuck? Because you messed up, I have to still pay money? Yep.
But why?
This is why people are too. This is why in America some people are too afraid to go to a hospital, because goddamn our healthcare and our medical bills fucking ridiculous. It's like, guys, was America the bad guy the whole time? And we just didn't know.
At this rate, it definitely will be.
I no longer understand why people commit crimes. Yep, eat the rich. It's like, it is a proven fact that that if you're rich, you cannot be a nice guy. Even like people not even on the worst side of that, not on the financial side of things. Even though it's like, oh, I can be a nice rich person. No, you can't. No, you can't. You gotta be an asshole in some variations, because you gotta hoard your money somehow. Never thinking about his little folk. Just getting the abs going on here. Listen, I'm just saying, if there's ever a time where I got enough money from the Rise to Superior that there was going to be an animated adaptation for it, believe me, guys, I would 100% like put some of that money in contribution towards their budget, because it's like, oh hey, you guys need budget for good animation? Well, I don't mind helping with that. It's like, you're throwing money at something based off of your work? Yes! You animators need to get paid. You want to do your good work. Here you go. Take it. They use this money to make something pretty.
Well, that's an interesting video. Duplex's theme, except every bell is replaced with the Taco Bell sound effect.
Oh. Dong, dong, dong. See how this is. Oh yeah, this is coming along great. One thing I'll also mention though when it comes to Iwa Kenja is that, so while I did mention that the sage mark on his forehead is the source of entering his foul superior trait, having that covered does not mean he's not capable of using earth magic, because he absolutely can use it even when it is covered up. It's just, yeah, the sole purpose of it is just to make sure that his foul superior trait ends up, you know, not activating when he doesn't want it to, since again he can't control it. In fact, he's actually the only sage that has to have that thing covered up. Because just about everyone else can, but because of how unique his ended up being, he's got to cover it up. Because I don't know who said it. I don't know who was talking about it before, but like I know I was talking back when I was streaming on YouTube and I was talking about Iwa Kenja there when I was doing it. Because I know I did because I've done like tons of different lore streams involving this, and it's almost like I want people to be interested in my stuff. But I know, like, they felt like one of their biggest criticisms with Iwa Kenja was that he felt like, despite being considered a dragon sage, he felt way too naive to have that kind of position. Like, even, like, his special trait, like, he can't even control it. But the thing that I wanted to make clear is the fact that him not being able to control his special trait has nothing to do with him. Like, it has nothing to do with the fact that, you know, oh, he's not strong enough to be able to actually control that. No, he literally can't because of the special nature that his mark actually has. Like, it's something that's completely out of his control, but because of the benefits that end up going with it, what it really ends up becoming is that, okay, it's a high-risk, high-reward trick that he's got, but he's got to finish a fight quickly, otherwise the negative aspects of that trait are what's going to end up screwing him up. Now, there's also just the aspect, too, that... There's also just the aspect as well that, sure, one of Iwa Kenja's things is that he definitely shows that he tends to have a bit of a lack of discipline. Because, you know, again, guy can be kind of a punk. He can be kind of an ass. He can be a goofy guy. But the reason he is referred to as a dragon sage is because of his mastery over the element. Like, he's given that title as a way to show just how strong he is at using that power, rather than just, you know, just being a title of, like, you know, oh, clearly just a sage. Clearly a sage, you know, they have to be, you know, well-disciplined. They have to be a person who's all about, like, no nonsense and whatnot. Because, like, guys, are you really going to look at a guy like Jiraiya from Naruto and say that he's well-disciplined? Like, you've seen what that guy does when he's not being a ninja. He's doing his, research. Like, you may ask him why he's looking into, like, a lady's hot bath, but, trust me, he's doing research. That's all it is. Listen, when you write porn for a living, you gotta get your inspiration from somewhere. Now we get his pants going here. Okay, I had to look at my playlist for, like, just a quick second, because, I was trying to see, like, okay, so what track is playing right now? I looked at, like, yeah, the track playing right now is Attack on Rhythm from Tekken 7. I thought it was Attack on Titan at first. I'm like, what the fuck? What did Tekken have a crossover with Attack on Titan? Like, when did that happen?
Well, you see, it's probably unreleased because every game they release is in beta.
That is true. So I've heard of weirder crossovers. Okay, it's coming along pretty well. Man, that's one crossover I don't remember unless it was exclusive to Japan.
Yes!
Meanwhile, speaking of crossovers, hey, Overwatch, I see you guys doing stuff with Transformers. That being said, though, Prime RC is still peak RC design. Like, I know the pink is iconic for her, but, listen, right? RC look really good in Transformers Prime, and I think that's the best she's ever looked. And Jordan would agree with me, because he loves RC. And now I imagine the day where Kamiko enters the world of Cybertron and beats up Megatron.
I can just imagine Megatron's reaction being like, how in the world is one tiny human so stronger than I?
It's like, magic.
What the fuck is magic?
Oh, you want to learn today. Starscream runs away like a bitch because he is one. I mean, that being said, though, definitely don't count Megatron out, because he definitely got the tricks up his sleeve. I mean, if Death Battle is anything to go by, he almost gave Frieza a run for his money.
Yep.
Like, having that having that black void bullshit is something. It's like, oh, bet you didn't expect this. You thought it was just some cheeky, funny action figure toy line, huh? You didn't think I could do this, did you? It's really funny though, because originally Transformers was a Japanese line of toys, but it wasn't until the Transformers came over to America where we started developing the lore for it. And then Japan are like, you know what? This story's kind of dope. I think we're gonna use this for. I think we're gonna use this. Don't mind me, just want to do something real quick. Then I'll get back to the work that I'm doing here. I also want to say maybe in about, once it hits 6, I'm probably going to end up trying to get myself some foods, because din-dins is an important thing to have. So just letting you guys know of a heads up on that. Until then, we're going to keep working on some more of Iwa Kenja here. You know what, if Kamiko's going to cross over with Transformers, you know what, he can also cross over with the Thundercats. It's like, hi Mamura, fuck. We almost got this post done here, so I love making progress. And there you go. And you know what? If it also wasn't obvious enough for Iwa Kenja, his aura color is in fact green. Because he likes to throw rocks at people. Don't worry, they're big rocks. Actually, now that I'm also thinking about it, considering the way that I've often described how their magic usually comes across, man, how wild would it be if the Rise to Superior ever crossed over with Avatar: The Last Airbender? Like, Kamiko just comes in, wait a minute, there's 2 avatars? Like, wait, this one's got way more elements than the other avatar. Hold on, what's this? What is this guy? He's kind of cracked. Now we get the sage mark. There we go. There we go. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Only thing I'm gonna do now is just, do the line work in the hair, show the follicles. No, don't delete the whole thing. I worked too hard on it. Like, sorry guys, lore stream's canceled. I'm too depressed now.
No.
In fact, no more art streams ever again. That depressed me too much.
Yeah.
Like, man, I'm so glad I'm so glad that we have the undo key. I've been grinding Enchanted Memories for 2 hours today, and I've yet to receive any new cards. Yes, I am hacking my arms. Why do you ask? I am so sorry. I'm so sorry you have to deal with that pain. And again, I wish you luck with Kingdom Hearts 2. Kingdom Hearts 2 will be much better because it's skill-based, not RNG-based. That is true. But I guess it's just also just more so in the case that since I know you're doing Final Mix, there's also just a lot more that you have to do. Including the fight with Terra. Oh, Vegeta be looking at you and just be like, you may have similar hair to me, but you don't have the Super Saiyan Widow's Peak.
Nah, don't need one.
What do you mean you don't need one? Hey, I got big stick. I remember when Kakarot used to have a big stick. He doesn't even use his power pole anymore.
That can even taunt me right this moment.
I beat Sephiroth on my 5th attempt. I'll be fine. Make crying. Oh, you poor, sweet, naive fool. Like, man thinks that his grind on Sephiroth will prepare for Lingering Will. Right, looks like an ad break is incoming. The Wolverine guitar shredding. I haven't even gotten a Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 1 and I feel bad. It's like, oh, did you think the other bosses were too easy? Well, cue the angelic choir.
to any boss in Kingdom Hearts 3 with my DLC.
It's like, oh, you thought you were gonna have a fun time, huh? Think you were just gonna think this is just gonna be another world trotting adventure with your buddies Donald and Goofy? Well, how about we crank that difficulty up some? Wait, no, Sephiroth, please. Sephiroth, please no, Yamate. Looks like we're on an ad break, everybody, so I shall see you guys in a bit. Pray for Crash's grind for Kingdom Hearts Chain of Memories, because he's trying to 100% that game. It is a fate that I do not wish upon any person. Let's see here. Let's see. Okay, yep, there's a spot. There's a spot to get. Oh, and there's also one up here too. Can't forget that one. Where are Mario and Luigi when you need them? Yeah, exactly. If we had Mario and Luigi in our Kingdom Hearts party, Sephiroth wouldn't stand a chance. It's like, I shall drown you all in despair. Let's go! Yahoo! Never mind. I was mistaken. Have a good day. he just leaves. And welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Let's see. Do you want to get this going here? Now we gotta get the purple. We're gonna watch purple. We're gonna watch purple today. When you want to watch blue, but your bitch wants to watch purple. If Iwa Kenja would be any of the following choice, would he be a lackey, a henchman, or a goon? I'd feel like if he were to be either, I'd say more so a lackey. Because, I mean, the guy's already an apprentice, so he is kind of like, he kind of already is in a bit more like the lackey role of things. So yeah, I'd probably say I'd say he'd be more so the lackey role. Because he kind of already is. There we go. Oh, I got this one fully colored. Is Iwa Kenja more of a burger guy or a hot dog guy? Well, here's the thing. He doesn't mind both. Like, he'll absolutely, like, if there's one thing I will say, guy loves his protein. But if he did have a preference, definitely a burger guy. Because he feels the more protein he gets, the better for him. Although, if you were to give him the option to take both, he will absolutely take both. He's like, okay, Iwa Kenja, you have a choice. You can either take the hot dog, or you can take the burger. I mean, I can take the burger. Because, I mean, they tend to have more protein in them, and I like to have a bit more of that protein in me. Okay, but what if I gave you both? Gimme. But yeah, well, he certainly has his preference for what that he would prefer. Yeah, the guy does in fact like his meats. Now we get ourselves the profile view of him when he is bulk. In fact, honestly, I feel like if you were to have anyone be your workout partner, Iwa Kenji would definitely be a good one to have. Does he know how to push you to your limit? like Iwa Kenji, that's a lot of rocks that that's a lot of boulders you're putting on the edge of hitting on the edge of those weights. We're gonna make you nice, big, and strong. Don't you think 20 is enough? I'll make it 21 if you don't shut the fuck up. Would Iwa Kenji like fries with that? Yes, he would. Oh god, Iwa Kenji just going up to Amara. McDonald's, 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 McDonald's. And then Amara's just at the drive-thru. I'll take one black coffee. And it just drives off. It's like, but my Happy Meal. I never said I'd get you one. A dragon needing coffee, though. That is quite the image. I'm gonna turn on a light quick in this room. It's getting... Oh, I'm sorry, Cece. Did I disturb your sleep? Sorry, did that wake you up? Okay. Get nice and relaxed, Cece. You go eat. There we go. You're such a cute kitty. Just gonna... Yeah, there we go. Okay, so... And yeah, his hair only gets like this when his mark goes on active. So when it gets covered, then it just goes back down, just being like, floomp. you doing, Cece? How's my sleepy head? How's my sleepy little kitty? Oh, that's a big yawn. Cece do the big yawn. You know what I'm also kind of thinking too, because like Crash, like you did mention, because I know you did mention that you're going through some Kingdom Hearts earlier. You know another headcanon voice I want to be entirely against for Iwa Kenja? I wouldn't mind Haley Joel Osment and his voice for Sora. I think that would also be fitting. So I guess it's 4 ideas that I wouldn't be entirely against. Iwa Kenja voiced by Donald Duck. Oh no. God forbid.
Man, way to make a totally serious character. Back to being goofy, so.
Yep, back to being super goofy. Like, I thought you were making them Donald. Shut up. You know what I meant? Like, after a while, Iwa Kenja's just like, you know what? Fuck this. I need a voice change for this guy. Can't bear this. And then he just sounds like Donald from the DuckTales reboot. But when he gets the voice change, he's like, "Child, what's the big idea, you mad scientist?" It's like, wow, he sounds so normal.
Took it to about book free for us to get a voice changer for him.
Yeah. Iwa Kenja resorts to writing everything he says down instead.
Yes.
No, he gets resorted to having to use sign language, and people are just like, wait, why are you using sign language? It's like, if I talk, then you won't take me as seriously. What do you mean by that? Come on, it can't be that bad. I'm going to make you pay. Why do you sound like that? What are you choking on?
And this is why nobody takes me seriously.
And it was voiced, and the one where he was voiced by one of the Avengers characters. Trying to remember which one. It was War Machine. Yeah, he was in fact voiced by Colonel Rhodes. Or as Iron Man calls him, Rhodey. You know what? Speaking of, hear Captain America's theme from Marvel vs. Capcom 3, because Captain America's humble as fuck! Okay, so if I'm to let you guys in on the joke of that, I was trying to remember, and he was also had that interview with him as Thanos' survivor. Yeah, but so there is a friend of mine that some of us know from long ago. You can just start speaking inside. Amara, is this one of those new trends? Damn kids in your Fortnite. But so me and some friends of mine know of this individual whose screen name that we know as Waddles McGee. We know him as Max. Like he's a great guy. I haven't talked to him in forever, but he occasionally comes in every now and then. Just tells us what he's been up to, wonders what we've been up to. Just tries to keep in touch with us whenever he can. But the guy is very big into fighting games. And oh, hi, Cece. But he was very big into fighting games. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was like a big one that he was definitely into. And he had a friend who said that they really liked Captain America as a character because Captain America's most defining character trait is how humble and kind that he is. And then Max can't help but whenever he hears that, to think about Captain America's theme in Marvel vs. Capcom and just how bombastic and in your face that it is. And whenever he plays it, the first thing he says as soon as it starts playing is he goes, "Captain America is humble as fuck." Yeah, like if you just listen to like the first few notes of Captain America's theme and then just start letting it play out, you're just like, ah yes, this is certainly the theme of a man best described as humble. So yeah, that is in fact the origin behind our bit of Captain America is humble as fuck. And now you know. A little bit more going here. And then you see, it's like, people don't quite get it. It's like, well, why does he wear his robe like this? Like, clearly that's not an efficient way to go at it, but then once you see him power up, it's like, oh, never mind. That shit look kind of cool. And then they get hit with a big stick. Bonk. That's for doubting my fashion sense. wanted to check a couple of things out first. But anyway, so now that I've done those, yeah, this is about getting close to when I want to get to making the foods for myself. So I think I'll do. I think I'll finish lining this pose here, and then that's when I'll start taking care of that for myself. So yeah, so you guys definitely be patient with me when that time comes. Don't worry, I will not be abandoning you. I will just be simply needed elsewhere. Hi. Yes, hello. Yes, I know. I should be getting foods. I'll be getting to it. Sissy, hello. You are cute. Yeah, there we go. I'm liking how this is looking. Yeah, once we get this pose done and over with, then I will be excusing myself to working on a bit of getting the foods. There we go. Yeah, so chat, how are you guys doing? So how are you guys doing now? You know, anything coming up? Anything you guys may want to talk about? Anything you guys wanna share? What would a Rise to Superior Keyblade look like and be called? Well, I feel like the eating chocolate. Would you like any? I wouldn't mind some. I feel like the Keyblade itself, I feel like would need to like have like this kind of shape incorporated into it when it comes to the blade. Like I feel like it would need something like that in it at the very least. And I feel like if it were to be called anything, it would probably just be called, I think it would probably just be something rather simple, just call it probably just call it the Superior. And I'd also like to imagine as well, like the chain part of the keychain for it, like it could represent like each individual chain could be like a different color, like depending, like representing each of the different elements that Kamiko can use. So like you'd have like a red chain, a light blue chain, a yellow one, a green one, a light yellow one, a dark purple one, a blue one, and a gray one. And then, like, the keychain itself is just, you know, the dragon insignia. just playing Medieval Resurrection, and so far I'm glad I went to the Carnival to get that one weapon, although my PSP keeps asking if I want to quit the game. Luckily, no save files were lost. It's like, oh, you're just like, okay, game, why do you keep asking me to quit the game? You want me not, like, you don't want me to play you that badly, huh? Like you jawless arrow magnet. Now we just get the sandals going. Also, welcome back, CC. Hello. Yeah, don't worry, CC. I'll get my din-din soon. I know that's why you're here. But I did see some minor hiccups with voice sync, and I think I saw something in the fortune teller cutscene I don't think I was supposed to see. Like, quick, somebody lampshade that. Yeah, just put a lampshade over it. You don't see it. You don't see anything. I'm pretty sure I saw that. Nope, no, you didn't. You didn't see anything. It's not there. Just pretend you didn't see it. Almost got. Oh, yep, we're almost done with the sandals here. Yep. All that's left to do is just fill in the color. Oh, actually, no, hold up. There's a problem. You can't hear. Okay, now we can. I can't hear you. My artist forgot to draw my ear hole. I think the voice sync was due to the PSP keep asking me to quit, but the frame rate when I was moving, wow, did it chug when booting it up again, booting it up a bit. Then again, I haven't used this console in a long time. Oh no. I hope that's not a sign that your baby's dying. Fill in some of these white spots. Oh, can't forget this spot back here. Also, a rather interesting detail I add with Iwakenshi's design here, too, when he's in this state, is that since he's constantly, like, exuding earth magic, you know, his eyes just automatically turn green. So that's why here, you know, they're a bit more of the natural color, the hazel. But then, yeah, when he's got himself awakened like this, and, yeah, then that's when it takes, that's when it just stays strictly green. I'll probably draw like the separate follicles a bit later because I don't want to shirk out on getting food too much. Otherwise, I'm gonna have people yelling at me. Like, what do you mean you haven't had foods? I mean, I haven't had food. I don't know how much more clear I can make that. Well, then go get it. Fine, okay. Please don't yell at me. Oh, there comes the ad break. I will answer your question in a moment, Crash. I will wait until the ad goes away, and then I shall answer your question. Oh, hold up. Yeah, don't worry. I know there's an ad break. About less than a minute on it now. Not sure if I was seeing things, but I'll let you know if I go back. All right, sounds good then. Oh, hold on, yeah, I don't want that part selected for the purple. That doesn't need to be purple. This needs to be purple. Because this is supposed to be, I don't think I didn't have that selected. Alrighty then, and it looks like you guys are back from the ad break. Yay! Welcome back, everybody. Alright, so, I guess to explain, so to explain to you Kenja's fighting style, because when he's not using it, when he's not like in this state, he tends to go for a bit more of like a brawler type of style. Like he's all about like getting the heavy hits in. So he's definitely, so like a lot of like the stuff that he uses for fighting is that he'll often do like a bunch of different tackles. He'll go for like hard, sturdy punches and even kicks. But when that doesn't end up working, he does in fact just use a lot of the environment with earth magic in order to just effectively use that as his big weapon. Like he'll very similar to Amara. Like all the things like Amara can do with earth magic, even Kenja can also do it. Like he can make spikes rise up from the ground. He can make platforms for himself. He can chuck giant rocks at people. Like the guy's definitely more like mixed martial arts and whatnot. Again, very similar to a certain Sun Wukong. Okay. And with that, I hope that kind of answer satisfied you, Crash. But I'm going to quickly go on my Din-Din's break, so I will I'll probably pop back for a little bit. Hello there, Lance. You actually came in time for me to get ready for the Din-Dins, but I'll probably be back a little bit just to let the stuff cook for a while, but yeah, I will let you know what's been going on here. So I will be back. Don't go anywhere. Be patient with me, and I hope to. And in fact, if you guys need to take a break for whatever reason, feel free to do so yourself. But I'd be back for a little bit. Stuff be cooking.
Eh.
So yeah, while I do wait for that, more work to be done. Actually, hold on. Before I actually continue with that, I need to... I need to do stuff. I need to do some more things with Iwa Kenja's hair. Yeah, it'll probably be, it'll be done in about 10 minutes, so around that time is when I'll be like, oh, it's time to see what's going on in the kitchen. I'm making a pizza, if you're wondering. It's funny, I didn't get any new enemy cards in hours, and then during that little break, I got Blue Rhapsody and Large Body. Literally what? Was me going on break enough for the game to be like, alright, fine, while the streamer's not looking? Should be decent enough. And now on to a back view. Gotta get them back muscles after all. And hello, Cece. I see you're still in here. Is what Iwa Ken just says when he meets another woman. It's like, hey, this is what you need. Discord notifications. I need them off. No notification. That bothers me. Okay, here we go. Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Work on the musclies. And then the Rise to Superior play Among Us, and Riona kills Iwa Kenja every time she's the imposter. Like, he's the first to die. Riona, it was you. Like, well, maybe if he'd stop following me every single game that we played. And when Riona isn't the imposter and somebody actually kills Iwa Kenja, she's just like, you know what? I'll keep myself quiet on this. Like, I'll pretend I saw nothing. When you think about it, Among Us is just a game where the goal is to be a snitch. It is true. You have to suss out the imposter. And be like, hey, this guy ain't one of us. You need to take them off the ship. Kill him. It's like, ah, Sal, you're just in time. I managed to bless the crewmates with the drip. Like, those aren't even the right shoes. Those are Tim's. And you're not wearing any? That's fucking sus. And then he was true to his word. Cell lost that game of Among Us and then never made another Among Us related video ever again. Guy was a sore loser. If you could have a YouTuber make a parody of Rise to Superior, who would it be? Oh, that's a loaded question. I don't know, because I've never thought of, like, you know, if a YouTuber were to make a parody of the Rise to Superior. I mean, I don't know, because I'm not the most picky on who I would want to be able to make that, because, I mean, if they want to make a parody, they can just make a parody. It's fair use. I just know by default, people would probably just go to Devil Artemis and be like, oh, put him in the Devil Artemis universe. There's one thing for certain that I would 100% not let my characters go in the hands of. It's a person that I did used to do collab work with, like, way back in the day. It's like, you with my characters, never again. You know, last time I let you handle Kamiko, you made him a dude who's addicted to dragon porn, and, no. True story, by the way. What about Terminal Montage? Yeah, I wouldn't care if Terminal Montage did. Now, again, it's when it comes to parodies, it's not so much like you can just ask people to make parodies of your stuff. They just do it. Because, again, parodies are, in fact, fair use. By the way, speaking of terminal montage, I did in fact see the Paradox Pokemon Battle Royale. That was so great. The Paradox Johto Beast joining together to form a lion ladder is so good. But unfortunately, there were only 3 lions, so they did not have enough to make Lion Black Hole. And then here comes Soundwave with the mixtape. Considering that you're a Pokemon fan, what are your thoughts on Digimon? There was a moment in time where I used to really, really like Digimon. And it's not that I hate it now, it's just after some time I kind of fell out of it. And I'm not even sure why I did, because again, I like Digimon. In fact, there's actually, I actually did in fact used to have like one of those Tamagotchi Digivices. And I absolutely loved that thing when I was like a kid, because I even had it back in like elementary school, because I was, because again, I was a big Digimon fan, and I liked the fact that I could carry my Digimon with me wherever I went, like wherever I went, and like it was, I think it was like the Generation 2 Digivices, you know, the one that's, the ones where we had like, the Digimon where like, the Digimons that we had were, Vmon, Armadillomon, and whatnot. We had that wave of Digimon, and like yeah, I love that thing absolutely. And I even almost got like every kind of Digimon that you could get on the thing, as well as like their Digi evolutions. And I also managed to actually beat Black War Greymon on it. So that was a highlight of my childhood. I was like, yeah, I beat Black War Greymon. This is hype. And then the thing ended up breaking. And then I ended up being a sad boy, because effectively what ended up happening is that the back of the thing ended up getting lost, and I didn't know where it went to. And I ended up learning the hard way that exposed batteries can in fact have some kind of reaction when being directed to sunlight. And because of that, the thing just kept constantly resetting on me, and all the progress to it just constantly kept resetting. And it made me incredibly sad. And that ended up breaking. There was also another thing that I used to have as well, which was, it's something that I really do actually miss, that was near and dear to me. And it was a Vmon, like, alarm clock plush. It was so cute. Like, it was a plush that talked to you, told you the time, you know, would even remember your birthday. He was like the best friend that you didn't have to go outside to talk to. Did you have any favorite Digimon in particular? I know that I really liked Agumon. Like, I think he was like a favorite of mine. And you know what? I also think because of the alarm clock I had, I'd also say Vmon was also a favorite. Like, I did in fact like Vmon. If you want to talk to like a big Digimon fan, though, I mean, there is Master TP, of course. There's also Brofan1. Like, BJ absolutely loves Digimon. In fact, I'd say, I think his favorite Digimon was Giamon. And I know that he's done, like a couple of, Let's Plays of Digimon on the Spiffy Needle Geeks. So yeah, he's definitely bigger into Digimon. Like, I think the last thing of Digimon that I ever saw, and even then, I don't even think I kept up with it. I just think it just happened to be on television at the time when I was watching it. I think it was Digimon Frontiers. Like, I think that was, like, the last thing that I ever saw that was, like, Digimon related on television. Get the back muscles going. Very good indeed. Yeah, an interesting detail I noticed about Veemon is that all of its evolutions are just a bigger Veemon wearing different armors, which is neat. Yeah. I mean, Veemon is already pretty peak design as is, so there's no need to change that. And it certainly doesn't beat something that, I mean, it certainly goes away from some of the weirder Digi-evolutions that we've seen. Like, alright, so, alright, so we have this cute little animal thing. You know, we have this cute little animal thing here. So what does it turn into? A man! And here's one that turns into a refrigerator. It's like, people want to say Pokemon evolutions can get weird sometimes, and then here the Digimon fans just going like, ha 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 ha, hold my Digivice. Alright, so my din should be done, so I'm actually going to go on BRB again. Should not take too long, but I shall see you guys momentarily.
Alright.
Okay, I'll be back now.
Back.
Pokemon Digimon Evolutions has nothing on Real Evolution. T-Rex the chicken? Crazy. It's true. It's like, oh, what's that? Pokemon Evolutions aren't realistic? I don't know about you, bud. But have you seen the origin of the T-Rex? Hold on, I got 3 notifications on Discord. What is this? Okay, there we go. So, anywho, just pull some of this back out. So yeah, now to keep working on the Iwakenji here, because we got a back view to do, and then we got to get initial sketches going on for when he uses his staff. Gotta show off how the staff works. You know what, Pringmas Dingus? I agree. Peach is me right now. That drawing of Peach, that's me. That's a lot of us. Fucking Summers. But, so yeah, how are you, so yeah, while I was away, so yeah, how are you guys doing? Did anything exciting happen? Did Chain of Memories give you anything else, Crash, while I was away? Because apparently it did that last time. It's like, okay, streamer's gone, now start giving him stuff. Just got some food. Nice. That's what I got, too. Before I work on that next full string, these ones going, tinier details. You know what? I should also get the muscles going too. Nope. The Sonic Rush music. Hold on, that's the wrong window being brought up. Right now right now in my game. I need to find some pirate items so I can get a bow and go to the next area to get the dragon armor. You guys are pirates. What the fuck? What the fuck was that? What do you mean? You just told them we're here. You said warn everyone. Oh my god. That's right, folks. He's right there, and he's not leaving. Not anytime soon. And you just have to deal with it. Unless you're Riona, then you just run away really fast. You're like, damn it, I can't catch up with that. It's not fair. Maybe I can lock your legs in with surrounding it with the earth itself. Then you can't get around anywhere, can you, Riona? I can just cut it up with this sword. See, this is why you're no fun. It's like, how many times do I have to tell you, Iwakenja, I am not interested in men? And how many times do I have to keep telling you, neither am I? Get some more of this pull string done. I think I need to adjust that a little bit. There we go. It's kind of wrapping around at a weird angle. There you go, close that line off. Hey, there we go. Stretchy. We're about halfway done with this back view. And then we get to the fun part with the big stick. This big stick of multiple little rocks that come together to make a giant stick. Sometimes they come together to make two. Just gotta get the pants. Let this man wear his pants. Hold on. There we go. Sharpen these edges here. Gonna have to go, but have a good stream, guys. All right, no problem, Crash. It's great to have you around. I'm glad we could entertain you more with your boy here. We get that going. Get more of his. We got to get more of his pants. We're getting one leg done. Now we got to get the other. I just saw Sakurai's picture today. Oh, you did? What did the Sakurai post today? Because I'm not looking on Twitter right now. Get that nice and curved and sharp. The one where he's at dinner with the creator of Tekken and Street Fighter, I think. Oh. Wait a minute, hold on. Is Sakurai offering one of his characters to be guest characters for both Tekken and Street Fighter? That'd be crazy. Kazuya Mishima, you must now face your most deadliest opponent in combat. Hi! let me get this fold here.
There's a time to take it slow. Let the blood inside you flow. Find a way to the unknown. Yeah, trust yourself and let it go. Oh, oh. There's a time to take it slow. Let the blood inside you flow. Find a way to the unknown. Yeah, trust yourself. Now here we
Alright, we're about getting done here. Yeah, it was cute. It sounds like it. Sounds like they had a nice. Sounds like they had a nice time together. And now for the sandals. Then, aside from maybe having to add some follicles to the hair, then yeah, this should be ready for the flat colors.
There's a time to take it slow. Let the blood inside you flow. Find a way to the unknown. Yeah, trust yourself and let it go.
Also looking on your work. Thank you, Crystal. Ah, yes, the theme of Spooderman. Because honestly, one of the toughest things for like trying to prep for the stream was actually like trying to find appropriate music for Iwa Genja. But then I just started listening to the themes of Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm like, you know what? A lot of these actually do sound fitting, so fuck it. We'll take them. Okay, that's 1 foot down. Alright, so just get this strap in. Sandal going. And I believe, yeah, well, hold on, I want to see just with that. Kind of want to put some more lines on the pants. Nope. because I want more wrinkles on the pants. Don't feel like there's not enough on them. Yeah, that should be plenty. And all that's left is to take care of the hair. And be humble as fuck! Oh, I found out why Sakurai was drawing Kirby. Katsuhiro Harada asked for a drawing for his daughter. Oh, that's adorable. Yeah, it's like, see, my daughter has a classmate who, like, really loves Kirby, and, you think you could draw Kirby for them? It's like, yeah, sure. It's like, hey, look, it's a drawing from the creator Kirby himself. Like, here you go. Like, that's super cute. Like, even though he hasn't worked on Kirby in years, we can never forget that Kirby was, in fact, his baby. I post along with the fan art I found when you have the time. Okay. I can take a quick glance at it. Here he is drawing the Kerbo. That's adorable. You know, although part of me is half expecting Kirby to just take that pencil, like, substitute with a red one, and just look at Kazuya.
This is the level of badness within you. As you can tell, it's really big.
Then Kazuya just takes the image and just does electric god fist on it. It's like... And then Ryu is like, Kazuya, that was very rude. Apologize to Kirby right now. No. Okay, yeah, I was gonna say, that sounds like Dokkan Battle. Oh, incoming ad break. Oh boy. And then they start fighting at a restaurant and someone says, check please. Like, I want to get out of here. And you know what? I would not blame them. They are currently in a room with some of the strongest fighters. Yeah, so, we're gonna probably have to close down the building for a while. Why? It's gonna need serious repairs after these guys are done. Okay, yeah, there's definitely some white spots I need to fill in. Yeah, then after this, we should be off to the more dynamic-looking ones. And sadly, Master Hand has to pay for it. Yep. Like, Master Hand, you pay for it. No, not again! I'm so sick of cleaning up after their messes. Oh, actually, hold on. I just noticed I forgot to color this part in. And ad break is now in progress. I shall see you guys in 1:30. So, I must say I should be. I probably might actually get the flats done by the time that ad break's over. There's not much else to color on here. Oh! Get this. Now we get the pants. This, alright, there's less than 30 seconds on the ad break. I think I can make it happen. Let's be clutch. No shortcuts. 10 seconds. And welcome back, guys. We're actually just about done with the flats on this. There's a couple of white spots I gotta fill in, primarily just on the sandals themselves, but after that, we should be good to move on to what I'm probably going to say is going to be the bit more intensive part of this. Because, okay, yep, there we go. Oh! I did forget a couple of things. First, I'll just get rid of these white spots, but now I also just noticed, actually, hold on, what do I have? Okay, that should do it. I know, hold on. I don't think it did, because I think I just saw some white spots I'm needing to get rid of. Thought I saw something. No, never mind. Guess I did. Alright, so now I gotta do the initial sketch for these poses here, where, you know, he's actually holding a stone staff. If I can just get... Okay, yeah, there we go. That's the shade of red I wanted. A little bit darker on that, just so I can differentiate them. But, so, yeah, as mentioned, in this state, he does, in fact, get himself a staff made entirely out of small rocks. Because it's not a Sun Wukong reference unless you give them the staff. It completes the look. It's why Goku has one. And while Monkey D. Luffy doesn't necessarily have a staff, his arms might as well just be the Ryui Jingu Bang, because they can stretch, they can get bigger, just like Wukong's staff. And you know, and his name is Monkey. I just want to check up on a couple of things before I continued onwards. That sorted out later. So I have to draw anime. But one aspect about Iwa Kenja that I can also say too is that since one of the things that Earth gives you as a passive when you have it equipped is it gives you immeasurable amounts of strength, that also means that Iwa Kenja could make this staff as big as he needs it to be, and he'd still be able to swing it around effortlessly. There is, of course, the aftermath, where it's like all the rocks are now crumbling off of the thing because he's no longer using it to maintain the staff, and then it's like, and there's a rock slide. Iwa Kenja really just became the embodiment of rocks falls, everyone dies. going. Alright, it's coming along. As intended. Let's actually get the neck muscles going here, just before I end up taking a look, because I may end up having to change up the chest just a tad. Okay. Looking how I want it to. The window come back up. Thank you. Oh, hold on. Nope. Yeah, I'll just erase this. This will make it easier. Listen, sorry if I'm not being too talkative right now, guys. I'm in that zone right now. Just trying to make sure I actually get... I want to try to make sure I can actually get this looking the way I want it before I next do the actual inking process. Honestly, part of this is also, like, I'll admit, is a bit of a struggle that I have been having a bit with the lore stream as well, just because it's like, I know I should be talking about my characters, I know I should be talking about my stuff here and there, but, like, sure, the people who are already here, you guys have already heard, like, the whole spiel and kabang of everything that I've already talked about. I'd hate to just sit here and just non-stop repeat things that you guys have already heard about. Like, if there were, like, new people ended up coming in, or people who just ended up joining the stream, that'd be one thing. I'd be repeating it for them, since they aren't the ones who are here, but yeah, I just hate to do so when I know some of the people here, like, you guys are already here, you've heard this spiel. It's like, I don't want to repeat that stuff to you guys have already heard it. But now it's just giving me nothing to talk about, because I think just about everything I could talk about with Diwa Kenja, I already have, because he's not really a complicated character to talk about. I'd say not many of my characters really are complicated. Riona's probably the only exception to that. That's why there was a lot to talk with her. With Diwa Kenja, and I'll even put a spoiler on this when we get to Shadow Kamiko. Not much is gonna change in that aspect. Go. I was like, I kind of talked about something. You can't just leave it. Just can't leave any of you guys hanging. Is like, oh, is the streamer still alive? Does his brain still function?
Is the inner mechanisms of his mind an enigma?
Actually, you know what? My water bottle is actually covered. I can do this. Just tips over. And we're back on the hype street. There's so much hype, I promise you guys. Got a bit of this arm going on. I'm gonna have to do a bit of the muscle structure once I finish the actual lining of this. Oh, he get his fingies going. No, because I do want to get the knuckles on here too, so I don't want these, Actually, I have an easy way to do this. These. Damn, I'm good. Going. I actually might. Yeah, I actually might need to make the torches just a little wider. So I think this may just be a bit thin. There we go. Yeah, this is where we put in the rope belts. There we go. Okay, I just want to make sure that I have the knot ready and looking how it needs to be. As we have the quiet Genshin Impact music playing. The Genshin is impacting something. It's certainly not my speakers. Alright, so I'm just gonna now... There we go. As it should be. Yeah. And we just need about... Okay, yeah, I need about 3 more going in here. And I heard that, kitty. I heard you scurrying. Oh, actually, before I work on the other side, I need to get the other sleeve showing up. Alright, there we go. That looks yeah, that looks perfect. There we go. You'll love to see it, guys. Okay, now we get to working on the pants. Well, hold on, I at least want to. Okay, yeah, I just want to make sure that I'm gonna get the wrinkles looking right on the pants. No, hold on, that's... Okay, yeah, there we go. Oh, hold on, I should also get this arm too, the one that's holding the stick. The Iwa Kenja hold stick. Stick very good. Don't know if I wanna. Don't know if I want to do. Actually, no. Hold on. I'm gonna see. No, not the platform. Let's see. How is the? Down just a bit. Okay. No. Trying to see. I'm trying to see if I can get. I want to see if I can try to get something that's a bit more on the bumpy side.
Cece.
There you go. I now have Kitty. She has entered room again. Whoa, careful. Careful, Cece. There we go. Cece, hello. Hello, pretty kitty. Oh, we got ourselves an ad break coming up. It's probably something I'm gonna end up needing to look into sometime eventually. Just how to get, like, bumpy looking brushes. Nah, I don't think a texture would work either. Actually, how would... See, it's almost what I would be looking for, but no. Actually, unless... Yeah, no. Hold up. Hold up, guys, I might be able to cook. But hold on, let me do this on another layer just to make it, just to see if it's what I'm actually looking for. Oh, okay, bye-bye, CC. I think I actually might have an idea, folks, and it might actually work. Yeah, folks, the scale brush might actually come in clutch here. And thank you for that sound wave. Yeah, this might actually work, especially when I start getting ready for the line art. Hey guys, I think we cooked. I think we got something going. Yeah, then once I do the... Actually, something I also might be able to do when I eventually line this is I might be able to combine both the scale and rock textures together to actually make it look like pebbles and form this thing together. Yeah, I'll have to see how that looks. Okay, so that's... I just gotta erase some of the excess on here. But, yeah, this is... Ooh, this was not a bad idea. Dare I say it was a fantastic idea. Alright, now I just gotta finish up with the pants. Okay, probably just gonna have to put some more wrinkles on the pants, but yeah, we're getting there. Facts. Nope. Actually, yeah, that should be... And that should be... That's exactly what I should need. Now to get... Alright, so now just gotta get some more wrinkles, and then I can work on the sandals, and then we got ourselves some line art we can start working on. Just gotta get the socks going on here now. Alright, just gotta get the bottom sandal on this done. Then we're gonna see how it looks with just the initial sketch. Okay, yeah, there we go. I just need to now start adding the muscle detail. Alright, yep, it's looking as it should. Yeah, it's going. Alright, come on. I'm gonna try to get this arm looking right. There we go. Just want to get some kind of elbow showing there. And then... Yep. Just add some tighter folds here. Should also get the ears here, so he can hear. He needs ear holes to do that. case. Want to add some more extra muscle detail. Just to Hulk the man out. Alright, so now... actually, I want to see how the staff ends up looking first. That. Oh. Oh, I'm liking this. I'm liking this. Hold up, I think I cooked. I think I cooked at this. I think I got exactly the shape I was looking for. That's actually the shape that I was trying to get. Yeah, that's literally the shape of the staff that I was hoping to get. It's perfect. That's exactly what I needed. Thank you, Scale Brush, for coming in clutch. Go. Looking how I need it to. Actually, while I'm working on this face. So now for the other one. Eyes started getting wonky. We don't want the wonky eye. The wonky eye is not good. Get the shoulder going. Around the shoulder. You shred that guitar, Wolverine. Wait, no, I don't mean literally. Put your claws away. Here, let me finish this hand actually. Everything else going. Just getting some of the muscle detail on here. Oh, hold on, that's wrong. Let's get that. There we go. Oh, welcome back, Cece. Welcome back, my little kitty. Hold on, let me get the blanket. There you go. Hello, Cece. Pet the kitty. Love the kitty. Nope. Alright. That's how I want it looking. Oh, and here comes the ad break for you guys. While I pet the kitty, who relaxes on my lap. Hey, Cece. Here, let me actually get the top of his head, just so whenever I end up having to look at the actual line art itself, it's like, oh, what? Why is half his head not there? Like, alright, because it hasn't been drawn yet. I think the ad break is about to come up relatively soon. Thank you, virus protection software. I had to know that you're still functioning. And there it is, ad break in progress. I'll see you guys in not an hour, minute and 30 seconds. Can't imagine getting hit with ads for an hour. Absolute nightmare. Alright, less than a minute on the ad break. Less than 10 seconds, and I have you all back. Alright, and I'd say welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Inside of his ears. Also, just remember, for those of you who are still watching, just know if there's anything that you want to ask about my characters, my story or lore, feel free to do so. It is the point of the stream, after all. Cece. Oh, you curled up in a loaf. Okay, just gonna now to get this side of the arm going. Cece. Whoa. Oh, you okay, Cece? And now we're back to Captain America being humble as fuck. Actually, hold on. I want to go back to this initial sketch because I want to. Yeah, there we go. Gonna get this little sleeve here. It's hanging out. A Discord notification, but why? Oh, that's why. We almost got this sleeve. Nearly got hit with the Dokkan Battle jump scare. He's like, are you awake now? Yes. to look more at the screen anyway. As much as I like having CC on my lap, sometimes it does stuff to the back. More specifically, it does stuff to my neck, because I have to look at the... have to turn my neck to the side just to look at my screen. Because if I move too much, it makes the kitty go, no, that's uncomfortable for me. It's either the cat gets comfortable, or I don't. There's no in between. Actually, yeah, I am almost done. I want to say I'm about halfway done with this. I want to say almost, because I do still have the bottom of that staff that I need to do. Once I get this done, I'll start doing the flats, and I'll see about experimenting on the staff, because I think I might have an idea to make it look even better. So if you get the hands gripped on it too. Get the pants going. There. Yeah, there we go. I do like what the scale brush is doing for the staff. Because my biggest problem with making this thing was like trying to see if I can get a bumpy enough surface to really make it look like it's, yeah, like it's just a bunch of tiny rocks like coming together to form one giant stone staff. But none of my other brushes were working, and I'm just like, wait a minute, hold on. Maybe I can do something here. And the intelligence check came out to a natural 20. And once I get all this inked out, it's like, all right, time for another intelligence check. Do we have more big brain plays going on here? Or is Mr. Real M. Warsaw washed up? Actually, well, might as well get the man himself to say it.
This guy, Real M. Warsaw.
I'll never not be funny. It's like on that day, a legend was made, but the man behind it had no idea why. Thank you, virus detection software. Glad that you are working. Want to bring those windows back up? Let me do that, please. Making sure I saved. God forbid the work I do goes away and it's like, nope. Crashed program, which I mean, luckily I haven't had too many crashes at all with this program. Sounds like honestly, it's rare for me specifically to have it, you know. Knock on wood, there we go. It's like, congratulations, you pressed the mouth button. Here's your reward. You know what? I can't believe I forgot the most prominent detail. You must give this man his nips. It's okay, Twitch. He is a man. Men are allowed to show theirs. Ooh, careful now.
Yeah, that was down, it won't shoot.
Yeah, don't want to choke on anything. We almost got this all lined out. Then we just get the flat colors going. And then we do an experiment. Alright, let's just get some of the follicles in, and then we should be good to go. Alright, so that should be good now. Oh, no, don't select everything. Don't do that now. I don't want that much. Perfect. Oh, looks like you guys are about to get hit with another ad break. Yeah, don't worry. We should be able to get to the experimentation by the time you guys are done with that. Oh, hello, Jen. I have to wait for Discord to connect a little bit. Yeah, Jen, are you there? Oh, there goes the advert.
There.
Okay, there we go.
Hello.
Hello.
Hola.
So, under the sea.
Under-
the...
Ah, yes, for those of you who watched Strixhaven yesterday.
It was such a romantic thing, and then Pacifica's like, why didn't I think of that?
He's like, God damn it! It would have been perfect. I'm the fish man.
Nope. Amy was like, lol.
It's like, I did it first.
Yay.
So yeah, Jen, you're in time for day 8 of the lore-a-thon. I'm working on you with Kenshin.
Nice.
And you carry big stick.
I carry stick.
Yeah. You got stick. Stick very good.
Stick go bonk. I bonk the horny.
Yeah, stick do in fact go bonk. It is in fact made of stone and other bits of earth.
Everyone, oh no.
Oh yes, bonk. And the more that he's got clumped together, the bigger the stick gets. So how you be, Jen?
I be fine.
Okay.
Currently, sending my bunny and my unicorn to go help fight the fucking void.
Yep. Send them to the hospital and help those that have been turned gray.
Oh, cool! I got the stamp.
Yee. Meanwhile, I get attacked by the angry tax beast.
Lamau. Imagine if the tax pay got turned gray.
He deserves it.
Ah, keep that one gray.
Yeah, keep that one gray. He knows what he did. But yeah, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We're actually close to me getting ready to see if my experimental idea works.
Hooray!
Yeah, because, Jen, I now have a brush specifically to draw scales.
Nice!
Yep, so I no longer have to draw them individually anymore, like I used to.
Yay!
Alright, so we got the flats done on this. Oh, no, except for one thing.
By the way, I'm gonna need to, I have a video request for you.
What's that?
Nothing bad. Okay, you know the chibi faces we got in the Strixhaven, server, right?
Yep.
I found a video.
Okay.
It's a video of a guy getting up, running away, right, from this guy in a blanket, like thinking he's a ghost, right?
Yeah.
The dude that runs out comes back with a freaking chair and slams the ghost with it. I was wondering if you could probably put freaking Pacifico's faces over the guy with the chair.
Mayhaps. All right, let's see. All right, this is where we're gonna try to cook here. Actually, no, maybe not with the pen. No, airbrush. Let's make it a. See if you can't go a little smaller. No, that's too big. Ooh, that's actually not too bad. Let's. Let's go with a blur too. See what that does.
Blurb.
Blurbs. Alright, now for one last thing. Let's get a good rock texture going.
Meanwhile, my sorcerer in Strixhaven levels up. I got Fireball, Pacifico. Oh no.
I cast Fireball.
Everyone, oh no.
Oh yes. You know what? I think I cooked. That looks exactly how I wanted it to look.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, looks like it's a bunch of looks like it is a bunch of pebbles just coming together to make a stone staff.
You cooked. How do you feel?
I feel proud. But now I'm gonna do a couple more things with this, because he can also turn into a dual-wielding staff.
Nice. Also, remember, people, tomorrow is 7-Eleven. That means if you go to your nearest 7-Eleven, you get a slushie for free.
Oh boy.
It's also technically Eliza's birthday tomorrow.
Yeah. And yet we're not having Ravnica until Saturday.
I know, right?
Yep.
It's like, damn it. And it sounds like my food is here, so I'm gonna go grab that.
Yeah, you're gonna do that.
Yeah, I will.
Just gonna get this dragon tattoo going. Okay, there we go. Now we got it. Now I move on to this. the exact shade I use for this sketch layer, but you know what? It's fine as long as it's different enough. And meanwhile, I guess we'll just end up doing the same thing for this one. We'll just get the scales brush and then we'll just make ourselves a nice little outline. But we'll get to that when we get to it. I don't want those ears to be pointy. That's for Friday's character. He'll have the pointy ears. Just get a bit more of this hair rising up. almost done with the hair. Actually, before I get myself a nice little preview, let's just... Alright, now let's... Yeah, there we go. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about the forearm, though. I think I have to end up redoing quite a bit of that. Not. It doesn't look muscular at all, and it doesn't even like blend in with it. Doesn't even like merge in with that hand properly. This might be better. This might be better. Yeah, I think that looks better. Now we try doing what we did before with the first staff, and we do it again. Go just a bit on the smaller side. Let's... Yeah, there we go. Let's try the smaller one. Yeah, that might make it a bit easier to actually make it connect the lines to look a bit more clumpy. Just gotta connect these lines together. Alright, there we go. That should do. That should do it. I just want to take it. Yeah, there we go. That's nice and bumpy. Very good. Exactly how I need it. Just get a bit more of the chest done here. So I think once I get a little bit more done with at least the upper body, I think this is probably where I'm going to end up calling it. I think I'm gonna fix up this one too. But I think I'll end up doing that. I think I'll end up doing that on some of my off time. So if you recognize that, if you saw the schedule on the side there, so we are going to be on tomorrow. We're going to be doing some reference sheet touch-up. So we're mostly going to be going over some of the characters whose reference sheets we haven't quite finished yet, in order to just maybe get a couple of questions in on them if you end up having anything you want to know about. And, you know, also a nice way to test out the new scale brush that I got, because we could be working on the Durgans. In fact, we actually may be able to finish Chromes sometime tomorrow before I have to go to work. That would be pretty neat. And then Friday, I will be back on my time off, where I shall discuss Shadow Kamiko to you all, and basically talk about the Shadow Kamiko and tell you about him and how he's a buttfuck. But for now, you know what? I see no one more appropriate to raid you guys into than one Dr. Crafty, because he's also doing art, but he is also doing things in order to support the Goat Wife, because she unfortunately had to go to the ER recently, and they're hoping to perhaps raise some finances in order to pay for those medical bills. So, you know what? Let's raid into him. And of course, as usual, the raid message is the lore. So, as our usual stream rules go, don't overpromote the stream, respect the streamer's rules, follow their content if you haven't already, because Crafty is a very interesting man. And when we do raid into them, remove the refer equals raid from the URL address before refreshing so your view actually counts. But until then, this has been Realm Wars. This has been day 8 of the lore-a-thon. We were working on Iwa Kenja's reference sheet, talking quite a bit about him during the beginning of the stream and whatnot, and I shall see you guys next time.